again. That one's like a tiny buy-in, so I don't mind shipping it a couple times, seeing if I can get ahead. There's this one. Watch 2 10s on 4 come out. Wonder if I can get a wheel. Wheel would be nice. Got the same hand, asshole. Can I get the flush? Give me the flush, give me the flush. Didn't give me the flush. Well, I got my wheel. Bang. one of the worst hands, but I think we can do it. I think it'll get through. No, did not get through. I wonder what. See if we can keep the streak going. So. Oh, it was on the other table. Oops. Alright. I'm gonna protect it. Providing it's not fucking insane. No one shove. should have went in with that one too. Look at that. Damn, it was a 4. That's why I folded. I was like, what are the odds of that happening again? Fuck. Stupid fucking hand. I need to eat something. Like, man. Killed you. Bang. Did I pop the bubble? Yeah, I popped the bubble. Nice. Oh wait, no, one more. Three fucking ideas. Oh, 3 threes. Okay, never mind. Oh, great. just go for it. It's not that strong of a hand, dude. Alright, thank you. Something to check. Go on. The last pencil line.
Today we have to cancel a woman named Whitney Levitz, who has amassed a following of 500,000 fans on TikTok, mostly from what I can tell by lip syncing and dancing while pregnant. Now TikTok has proven that there's enormous market out there for videos of people lip syncing and dancing, but in order to really make it big on the platform, you need to discover your own niche within that category, your own twist. So some people lip sync and dance while only partially
I
clothed.
killed an infant.
Some people lip sync and dance while not clothed at all. Others lip sync and dance while wearing funny outfits. There are people lip syncing and dancing while cross dressing. I saw one woman who was lip syncing and dancing while being very old, so that was her own special variation on the theme. And all these people have lots and lots of.
I saw someone tied up and raped while they were lip syncing. That was a little fetish niche.
Her TikTok career was derailed because she had her baby, and so she was no longer pregnant. And then searching for some new creative inspiration, she found her opportunity when her newborn child came down with the respiratory virus RSV. Now, 3 of my kids had RSV as babies. All of them had to go to the hospital. And I can tell you, it's an extremely scary experience because while the virus manifests as a cold in adults, much like Omicron, it can kill a very young child. It would be an understatement to say that while at the hospital with my severely sick children, I was not in a dancing mood. To be fair, I'm never in a dancing mood. But if I were to ever experience the strange and arbitrary urge to move my body to the rhythm of music, it would not be at the hospital with a sick child. Now, Whitney, on the other hand, takes a different approach to parenting, and so she recorded and posted this video at the hospital while standing next to her newborn child who was struggling to breathe. Let's watch.
Mama, I'm sorry.
Now, for those listening only to the audio, let me paint the mental picture for you. Whitney.
Uncle Manny. If we cancel it today, Uncle Man. Okay. Okay.
Dancing into the room with a marching band to inform me that I have stage 4 cancer and I'll be dead in 3 months. That's where this is headed. Now, all that being said, this is no excuse for Whitney, who should have known better, all the same. And she now acknowledges that, and she issued a tearful apology a couple of days later after her video failed to receive the applause that she was hoping for. This is what she said.
I understand people are upset with the video that I made. I just want to be clear, and
I'm dancing into the room with a marching band to inform me that I have stage 4 cancer and I'll be dead in 3 months. That's where this is headed. Now, all that being said, this is no excuse for Whitney, who should have known better, all the same.
Tastes like your favorite
She
juice.
now acknowledges that,
That's
and she issued a
It's
tearful
getting
apology
juicy.
a couple of days later after her video failed to receive the applause that she was hoping for. This is what she said.
Super me, nigga. When I'm quiet, I be thinking about kids. A lot of niggas bitch may stay in they feelings. Say with these hoes, this shit pitiful. All these little bitty bitch my chillins. And mama, don't worry, you raised a gangster. I'm a survivor. It hurt me not being able to give what you want since I was a toddler. Shout out to my pops, father, free game. Everything you ever told me, stuck in my brain. Real OG stats saying like my.
You can't sleep today. I'm mad. Here's the flush. Here's the flush, dude. Damn, now you got a queen or a flush. Came in 14th. I might watch Spaceballs.
Wow.
You eat, what is chicken tenders every day at noon at Burger King and Campbell's soup every night before you
Well,
go to bed.
I quit the Burger King. I now belong to Chick-fil-A. At 12:30, I do eat Ritz Bits cheese crackers every single day. Campbell's chicken noodle soup. Actually, I walked 2 miles last night to Walmart. I could have Ubered, but I walked 2 miles last night to Walmart to get one single can of Campbell's chicken noodle soup. Didn't realize there was a microwave in the hotel room, so I even contemplated putting the metal can on the iron to heat it up so that I could eat it last night.
You walk 2 miles for a can of Campbell's soup.
Yeah,
Heat it up on an iron.
For a 99-cent can of Campbell's soup. Yep.
Incredible.
Wow. How did you find out about this?
Researched it.
Wow.
Some they love Ritz cheese crackers.
Those things are pretty good.
Channel. I'm Greg from Greg Goes All In, and if you enjoy poker tips and tricks, make sure you like and subscribe to get more content just like this. Today, I'm going to be sharing with you 100% reliable live poker tell. Now, there are dozens of videos out there on YouTube that tell you about all the kinds of poker tells that you should be looking out for. But the huge problem with these videos is that none of these poker tells are 100% reliable. For example, a lot of videos say that when a player is covering their mouth, they're bluffing. But you and I both know from experience that this is not always true. Someone might be covering their mouth just because it's a natural habit, or they're trying to give a reverse tell, or they got stinky ass breath. Whatever it is, none of these videos about poker tells that are out there on YouTube are 100% reliable. But recently, I made a huge discovery at the poker table. There I was at my local 1-3 game when I noticed this tell. And since discovering it and observing it over a large sample, I've come to the conclusion that 1, it's universal, everybody does it, and 2, it's 100% reliable. Now, before I tell you what it is, I just want to let you know how much money I've made from noticing this tell. Whenever I see this tell, no matter what happens, I always win the pot. That's just how strong of a tell it is, and it is 100% reliable. I know I don't make serious videos that often, but this tell is so profitable, I can't help but share it with all of you donkeys. And yes, I could have kept it all to myself and continued printing money all on my own. But it's lonely at the top, and I'm a firm believer in building each other up and making the poker community exactly what it should be, a community. Let's put it this way, all sharks started out as fish. And yes, you may be a fish, and so am I, but how are we expected to become sharks if we don't first start out as a school of fish? So let's share some knowledge. This is the one and only truly reliable tell that you will find being shared on YouTube. And I am so excited to share it with you all. The number one 100% reliable poker tell is, if you ever see your opponents take their cards, hold it like this, and then go like this, they're weak. Like and subscribe, please. Thank you. Yeah. Fold, 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 fold. Pot, 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 pot. Yes, yes, yeah. Fuck, fuck. Oh, come on, let's go. Yes, come on, let's go.
what you got? Let's go. Yeah. Come on. Give it to me, boy. Yeah. Come on. Really. Come on. Really, man. Really, yeah.
I'm all in.
Call.
Top of left.
Quad.
Yeah, nice hand. Chips.
I'm gonna get set up for therapy and I use this room as my office, but the desk is over here. And so when I'm seated at the desk, this is the background. I have my therapy session, which is virtual, and I find myself looking really forward to it nowadays because I found a therapist that I really like. I had to switch a few times until I found one that I loved, but now I look forward to it a lot. So
I'm just
I'll
fucking
hop on that
punting at this
and I'll
point.
catch up with y'all in like 30-45 minutes. Let's talk about therapy. I've been using BetterHelp for the last 3-ish months, and to make it more accessible and affordable for people, I think is pretty necessary. I have loved how easy it is to schedule. I mentioned at the beginning of this vlog that I went through 3 therapists until I found one that really stuck and clicked.
Let's look at a very interesting spot on the river in a $10,000 buy-in Poker Masters tournament at the Poker Go Studios, featuring 2 of the absolute best poker players in the world. We have Brock Wilson, who is currently in the top 10 Nolan Hogan players in the world, and Elio Fox, 2 absolute crushers of the game. I love studying the best players in the world, and let's do that today. Let's get right to it.
More, that sounds like we should get a new card. Tell me the second deck down.
Might be an optical illusion in my brain though.
He just had the Queen 6 river optical illusion. Every time he shots for a second.
Gotta be
I was like, I'm pretty sure I lose, but I don't care about showing this, so. Sure. I think you knew. Yeah. But that's why I flipped it and then flipped it back over. So somebody could be like, oh, wait. That's why.
Oh. Did I beat it?
I think so.
Call.
I can't win.
Whenever you are at any final table, it is vitally important that you pay attention to the stack depths. We are playing 25,000, 50,000, and Brock Wilson has 800,000 chips, so 16 big blinds or so. He opts to min-raise. This is a spot where some players just rip it in, but I do think min-raising is very, very likely the best play in this scenario. Over to Elio Fox on the button. He has a tough spot because he would like to shove it all in this scenario against Brock Wilson's raise, but he has to worry about both the small blind and big blind. Notice Elio has almost 50 big blinds, so does the small blind. You can't go around shoving 50 big blinds when there are players yet to actually cover you, because if they ever wake up with aces, kings, queens, ace, king, it's going to be really, really bad for you. So here's a scenario where we'd like to shove, but he cannot, so he does take all of his time figuring out exactly what he should do, and he does call. Let's go to the flop. You may be surprised to see Brock check with a hand like ace-10 on the 9-7-3 board, but if you've studied GTO strategies, you will know that from out of position, you want to do a ton of checking on low and medium card boards, because those boards connect reasonably well with your opponent and not so well with your range at all. So on this 9-7-3 board, he should be checking a pretty large chunk of the time, and that is exactly what he does. Over to Elio with
2 overcards, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. I think he can go either way between checking or betting. Because in this spot, if it does check down, he's pretty unlikely to win, because if it does check down, Brock probably has some sort of medium pair or ace high, right? Because those are hands that can very confidently just check it down. So, should Elio start bluffing the flop? I don't know. It's close. He can probably go either way, and I would not be too unhappy with either decision. You do have to be careful betting hands that have decent equity, like his exact hand, because you really don't want to get check raised off of them. And while I realize king high may not seem like it has a lot of equity, the 2 overcards plus backdoor straight draw plus backdoor flush draw really does not want to bet and fold, so I would have erred towards this spot as well, and that's what we did. Let's go to the turn.
Not even getting lucky at all. You have to get like lucky a few times.
The turn is a 2, and both players check again. I think Brock has a very, very standard check with his ace high, because if it checks down, he probably wins. I think Elio's spot's a little bit more interesting. This is a scenario where when the turn comes a card that does not connect with either player at all, you gotta realize when Elio checks back the flop, he probably doesn't call a lot of good hands himself. So for that reason, he doesn't get to do a ton of bluffing on this turn, I don't think. So I think he probably just wants to check it back in general, as he does. However, I will say, if you're playing against someone who is not a good, strong, world-class GTO player like Brock is, then maybe just want to bet, because if you can bet the turn and then jam the river and get them to fold all their ace highs, and maybe even some of their underpairs, then this pot is free for the stealing. But that's not going to be the case against someone like Brock, so I think you do have to play a little bit closer to a GTO strategy and just check it back. Let's see what the river brings.
Pretty good for this. Not worth it.
There we go. Pot size Bennett. The river brings an 8 to the board is now 9, 7, 3, 2, 8. Brock checks, and then Elio makes a chunky 300,000 bet, which is right around the size of the pot. It would take something like, what, 40% of Brock's chips to call. In this scenario, what would you do? Would you let it go? Fold? Would you call? Or would you go for a very optimistic check, raise, all in? Let me know in the comment section down below.
Use some time extensions worth 30 seconds apiece.
Facing a pot size bet on the river, you need to figure out which hands your opponents would value bet, and which hands your opponents will bluff with, and then find calls with hands that beat the bluffs, that also do not block the bluffs so much. And ideally, you want to be blocking some of the value bets. So which hands would value bet in this scenario? Well, Jack 10 would very clearly value bet for a straight. But, very importantly, this is a scenario where hands with a 10 would bluff a decent amount. And you can imagine if Elio has Queen 10 or King 10, those are hands that would very likely bluff too. So the 10 is not all that relevant. What are other hands that would very clearly value bet? Well, a hand like Ace 8 suited would very clearly value bet. So I think having an ace in this scenario is a good card to find a call with. Notice, Brock actually does have an ace. Same thing with a weirdly played Ace 9 to slow play, although that probably ends up betting the flop or the turn. Maybe a hand like Ace 7 goes for a thin value bet. I can be convinced of that. So I think in this scenario, having the ace is actually a pretty good card to have. You do not want to have a hand or a card like a king, a queen, or a jack in this scenario, because those are cards that make up a lot of your opponent's bluffing range. Notice Elio could very easily check down a hand like king, queen, king, jack, king 10, or queen, jack, queen 10, and use those hands as bluffs on the river. So I think in this scenario, you especially want to have an ace, and you especially do not want to have a king or a queen. I think the jack and 10 are closer to semi-relevant cards, but you definitely do not want to have a king or a queen to call in this scenario. Let's see if Brock can find the call.
Let's see if I can call here with just ace high.
Wow.
Makes the call.
Wow.
And it's a fantastic call at that.
Mr. Wilson, that
Woo!
is picture perfect stuff.
Everything I fucking.
What a call.
Brock uses good, strong GTO principles where he blocks no bluffs and blocks some value bets and finds the hero call at the final table with ace high and is rewarded with a very nice pot. Congrats to him. You all know that I strive to learn from the absolute best players in the world. And, well, I am pleased to announce that Brock Wilson, one of the top 10 tournament players in the world today, is going to be the newest coach at pokercoaching.com. I am actively trying to learn from the best, and he is literally one of the best. Some of the content you can expect coming out in the very near future are introductions to Pile Solver, where he goes through various in-position versus big blind scenarios. Also, he goes through some high roller hands, where he can button versus the cutoff, a very common spot you need to be sure that you master. He also has a video on defense frequencies and why it's important to not overfold, especially against good players, which he proves in this exact video. Right? This is the spot on the river where almost everyone folds the ace high, but not Brock, because he knows that if you overfold, you are going to get run over. You cannot get run over against good, strong opponents. He also discusses playing in 3-bet pots in softer fields. It's very important that you do not just learn to play like a GTO robot, but also how to adjust to take advantage of whatever your opponent's doing correctly. And in many of his videos, he shows the GTO strategy against the GTO opponent, but also he goes and adjusts and locks in the strategy that he thinks most people will be playing in a situation, which is what you should be doing. We're not trying to play against robots, we're trying to play against humans, especially in large field events or small and medium stakes tournaments. Your opponents are not going to play like robots, they are going to play like humans. If you don't have to maximally exploit them, you're going to crush the game and win loads of money. So, very, very excited to announce that Brock will be the newest coach at pokercoaching.com. That's me for today. Hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, do me a quick favor, click the like and subscribe buttons below. Also, huge thanks to PokerGo for letting us use this footage. Thanks to Brock for coming on as the newest coach at pokercoaching.com. Good luck in your games. Have fun. I hope you run hot. I hope all your hero calls win. I'll talk to you next time.
Seriously, why don't we own these big apartment buildings? And I get it. You might be thinking right now, well, Tyler, my word, it's because I don't have millions and millions and millions of dollars sitting in a bank account. That's why, right? But just for a second, I want to challenge you to think bigger than you've ever thought before. Because despite this common belief that people cannot own these things, I'm going to tell you right now, it does not matter how much money you have, how old or young you are. Anybody can buy an apartment complex, and I'm going to show you right now how to do that, okay? Let's dive in. First, obviously, we need to find an apartment, right? So where are these apartment buildings? You're going to go to a place called LoopNet.com, LoopNet. You'll find a whole bunch of apartment deals.
but we are looking for specific ones. You want to look for ones that are listed from a residential broker or a for sale by owner. Those are going to be your best properties. Number two, we need to use other people's money, okay? Remember, these are big apartment deals are expensive deals. And most of these apartments cost anywhere from $1 to $30 million. But it doesn't matter when you can find people like me who have money to invest and need to invest. Understand, most people who have a lot of money, they're too busy to go and find these deals. But they need to put their money to work. In their eyes, you just brought them a valuable investment. And at the multifamily mindset, we have a whole
Alright, so in this video we have Joe Rogan on his podcast internet talking about Reddit and how some of his friends have trouble dealing with the anonymous troll beans on there and they'll obsess over comments about themselves. And I'm sure a lot of people immediately think he's talking about Brendan Schaub, which I'm sure he is, but there are a lot of other comedians he could be referring to as well. And I'm sure Joe just gets sick of hearing about it because I bet these comedians are always going to him for advice on how to handle negative comments because they look to him for everything. And I'm sure he gets annoyed because he's always just telling them to stop reading comments, but they struggle with that.
I'm not on Reddit at all. Reddit's Jesus Christ. I know guys who go on Reddit and read about themselves.
They get their feelings hurt bad.
It's like a bunch of intelligent Vikings on Reddit.
So I think it's funny that these comedians, well, not only comedians, you know, there are also people like Jordan Peterson, who I don't think Joe's referring to here because Jordan's problem is Twitter, but Jordan definitely has this problem. He reads way too many comments. Whenever he starts getting some criticism, he starts going off about the anonymous troll demons, and he said he's read over hundreds of thousands of comments, and he'll spend all day responding to people on Twitter. Some people that have like 10 followers.
The biggest problem that I can see is that the large online platforms allow anonymous troll beings to rampage through society.
So it's not only Joe's comedian friends that are bad at handling this stuff, also people like Jordan Peterson, who I'd say maybe is the worst right now. I made a whole video about it when he uploaded some interview he did with Netanyahu, and he got a lot of criticism for it, and he just went off, and people were concerned about him. Like, even right when people are like, you gotta take this guy's phone away, this has gotta be too much, he needs to take a break from Twitter, which is true. Twitter is really bad for people. I'd say it's right up there with Reddit. So I wish Joe would call out Jordan for this. I don't think he's really brought this up at all, that Jordan spends too much time on Twitter, but he's called out plenty of his comedian friends for this. You know, he had a whole intervention for Owen Benjamin when he was spending too much time on Twitter. And then also later on in that same podcast, he's getting away with Kurt Metzger when he was talking about some of the negative criticism he gets.
I know better. I'm just gonna adopt that. Maybe that's everything, but I was gonna do it for years and never calls against me. So I think I just know better. They're out here. They're fighting this thing playing here. I don't even know what you're fighting over right there. You just started some jokesy fight. No one has any idea what you're saying.
So like I was saying earlier, I just think it's funny that these comedians and also people like Jordan Peterson, they'll talk about people are getting too soft and too sensitive, but then they spend all day reading comments and getting all buggered by them. And I also hate the way that some of these people deflect the criticism, like the way Jordan Peterson talks about how everyone's an anonymous troll demon. Also, Brendan Schaub kind of does this. Death Noodles, like this is what destroyed his whole channel basically. When people start acting like the negative criticism is just people trolling them and messing with them, which is definitely the case sometimes, but people who use that excuse to try to deflect actual criticism, you know, some of these people are actually fans that are just trying to give you some positive feedback. And also, this actually happened with Tim recently. There's this girl he used to have on his podcast named Eliza Blue, and she turned out to be a fraud, and his fans wanted him to talk about it on his channel because she's having a bunch of people banned from Twitter, and every day people super chat like, please talk about this is a big story, and he refused to address it at all, and eventually he's like, alright,
Oh my god. I told the fucking quad.
about her, our trolls, or campaign, or some crazy thing like that, like it was insane, whatever he tried to say, and people are like, damn, this guy's lost it, and eventually I think he caved and apologized, but he was definitely heading in the wrong direction with that, and you don't want to end up in Death Noodles. That guy, he could not get away from it, and he eventually lost it all. Like Death Noodles, I think he spent 3 videos in a row just reading negative comments and calling everybody trolls, and they're actually his real fans, and now look at his YouTube channel. He lost 99% of his audience because of that. You know, he basically just canceled himself. And it makes no sense, too, because you're saying these are all troll comments, but then you spend all your time responding to them and talking about them. Like, clearly they mean something to you. And also, like with Brendan Schaub, obviously at this point, most people are trolling him, but there was a point where a lot of these Fighting the Kids subreddit people were fans of his podcast, but then they started to get annoyed with him, and instead of Brendan just ignoring the criticism from them or trying to change a little bit, realizing maybe he could stop interrupting guests so much or something like that. Instead, he just acted like all these comments were haters and trolls. So then that's what most of his fans turned into. And it's also like when people act like they're above comments, like, oh, I never read comments. But then, you know, they are. You know, Joe Rogan, I feel like he probably doesn't because he's just way too busy. And I feel like he probably has blocked all that out. But with some other comedians, like obviously the ones that Joe was referring to in that clip earlier, they obsess with the comments. Like if you're always talking about how you never read comments and don't pay attention to that kind of stuff, then you probably are. You know, Shane Gillis, at least he admits he goes on Reddit, but he also brings up Shane Soder, as he's talking about right here, and he says he's always saying like, oh, you can't read that stuff, I never read it. But then whenever there's negative comment about him, he knows, of course.
Like I said before, and I mean, every comic you said it, like, man, I try not to checking on stuff. And it's funny because I'll hear other like New York comics that like Soder be like, I gotta get off that shit. You know, and then the day I'll notice it, like a day a negative comment comes out about him, pull no.
Oh, that's so
you check every day. Like,
that
and I
man
was
is
like
insane.
looking down through the comments, and one of them just said, "Hi Shane." That's hilarious. It made me laugh.
Being like, hey, there you're gonna read
He's
this.
gonna read this. Really funny.
That's actually
Yeah.
hilarious.
And in this clip, they're mostly referring to the Fighting the Kids subreddit. You know, whenever comedians are talking about comments, I'm sure they're usually referring to that place. But I think it is good to read some comments, not on Reddit probably, but like on your YouTube channel, it's good to kind of gauge where your audience is at. Like I don't know if Joe really has the best approach when it comes to that, but obviously his audience is huge, and at this point, he's not going to spend time reading comments. And I'm sure a lot of the comedians come in and they're like, I don't know what to do. I have so many haters and trolls and all this stuff. And he's probably just like, well, stop reading them. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. They're not going anywhere. You might as well just ignore it, which I guess is the best advice for like Brendan at this point, because Brendan's clearly not going to change anything. So what is he going to do about it? But also, he definitely reads comments or has somebody like reporting to him what people are saying and all this stuff, because he's the kind of person that always says, I don't read comments, but then he always knows what people are saying about him. So I don't know what to do about it, but let me know what you guys think about it down in the comments. Not down to read any comments, I mean, I'm above that kind of thing, but yeah, let me know, and then make sure you go check out my Patreon. I just posted a video on there about Joe Rogan and Amy Schumer. They're falling out that they had, like the last podcast she was on, where Joe was getting really annoyed with her, but then they did some kind of baby talk at the end. Make sure you go check that out, and then make sure you hit the like button here, hit the subscribe button, and I'll catch you in the next video.
I promised myself I would be. How? He hates me? An uprising is building.
Yes, I love me, so it's hard to relate.
I am risking my all on an idea.
Stupid idea.
A beautiful idea. I will pull this off.
The Great, now streaming. Hulu, award-winning comedies live here.
And they gave me the 8.
Meet Grammarly Go, your go-to solution for getting quality work done quickly.
Ready for a big fish today, Remy? Oh yeah, you got this.
And ensuring peak productivity when you need it the most. Grammarly Go brings AI to every text box, helping you create thoughtful writing in a fraction of the time.
Over the weekend, found some fun stuff. One of the greatest things that I found, or it was presented to me, we love Duke Wayne. John Wayne is just an amazing, he was a horrible actor. Mm-hmm. He made terrible movies.
Yes.
He was a stiff, it was awful. But for some reason, he became one of the most popular, well-known, in-demand actors in his day. And
biggest things ever.
Yeah, ever. I mean, John Wayne, fucking huge. I mean, terrible. So, someone sent me a link to a trailer for one of his 70s movies. Yeah, hold on for a sec. I'll cue you. For one of his movies. Now, here's what happened with the Duke. When he got a little older, he got into his mid-60s, I think it was, kind of shortly before he died. And he started ripping off other movies. Like, people would rip off other movies that had done well and just put John Wayne in them. This one was called...
like they do now with The Rock and Kevin Hart?
Yeah, exactly. They still do it. It's so stupid.
You know, fucking film has been around for, a little over 100 years, and we don't have any original ideas.
Nothing original anymore.
Anyway.
They were doing it at the same time people were doing it successfully. Right. They would do it unsuccessfully with John Wayne. You might remember a little movie called Dirty Harry.
I do.
With Clint Eastwood playing Harry Callahan, that crazy cop in San Francisco with his .44 Magnum. He had his catchphrases. Right. If you're lucky, punk, do you? Go ahead. Make my day. One of the greatest movie lines ever. He's pointing a gun at someone who's ready to pull his own gun, and all Harry Callahan can say is, "That would fucking make my day. If you touch that gun, I get to blow your brains out. Go ahead, make my day." And it became part of a cult, a status of history. Like, we still use that.
It's household name.
Right. It became something. So, Dirty Harry movies, early 70s, very popular, very successful. Clint Eastwood was perfect in them. They're cheesy now when you watch them, but it's a good time. Well, they decided John Wayne needed to be Dirty Harry, but they already had Dirty Harry. So they made a guy a brash Irish cop like Callahan, but named Brannigan. And they weren't even clever enough to come up with a name like Dirty Harry or any of them. So they just called the movie Brannigan. And it is so incredibly bad.
It sounds like a failed TV pilot about the same thing.
Yeah, and it's literally like they're trying to do Dirty Harry with this big oafish old man John Wayne, who isn't convincing at all in the part.
Do you feel lucky? I don't. Yeah, I have cancer.
Yeah, go ahead, make my chemo.
Make my day. Wipe me.
He's so bad in this. I think the plot was Brannigan is, again, a brash, I believe, Chicago cop.
You know they took the name Flanagan and added a B.
Yeah, but Callahan.
Yeah, in a writer's room just did.
Yeah.
A team of people agreed.
Harry Callahan is Dirty Harry. We'll just call him Brannigan. It's like Callahan, Brannigan, another. And they use like dumb Mick in the movie and shit. Like, Callahan, you dumb Mick. It's very racist. And he's a Chicago cop, but he's just crazy. Like the first scene,
he's a loose cannon.
Yeah, loose cannon. He was breaking laws, like major felonies in the first 2 minutes. He's planting weapons on a guy. He's just really fucking things up, shooting. And of course, the captain he wants no part of Callahan. So he yells at him.
Is he drinking Pepto?
Oh, yeah. Hi, God, Callahan. So they send Callahan to England to pick up an American that is over there and extradite him back. The convict, the guy that they want to pick up is Dean Wormer from Animal House.
Holy shit.
Yeah, Dean Wormer from Animal House, who also was a guy that was in The Outlaw Josie Wales with Clint Eastwood. So there's kind of a weird tie in there.
I mean, the broke man's Gene Hackman.
Yes, the broke man's Gene Hackman. So he's in it. Also,
but
that's
good.
Oh, no,
what
man.
I love about this, and a lot of movies do this, I love when they send a cop who has no jurisdiction to go into another country and have any authority to bring somebody. It's my favorite.
It's so stupid.
No one would ever do this for any reason.
Like, it didn't make sense because if you send somebody to pick up somebody to extradite them, it means the guy's already in custody. Like Brannigan would just have to go to Scotland Yard, take the guy, put his own cuffs on him, get him on a plane, and bring him back to Chicago. That was it. But for some reason, this guy's still running around. And then he gets kidnapped. And now Brannigan's got to find him. The head of the Scotland Yard thing, the English version of the lieutenant back in Chicago, is the old guy from Jurassic Park. He's the guy who spent no expense. You know that guy?
The guy who says,
Welcome to Jurassic Park. He's the guy.
Really?
Yeah. He's the guy in there. And then, it's so utterly bad. Here's the trailer. Now, just enjoy. We'll probably pause it within seconds.
Please.
The Duke is back. John Wayne is Brannigan. Knock, knock.
That's like a catchphrase. He kicks the door off the hinges at 65 years old. And that's in 1971, 65 years old. Yeah, that's old. A cancer-riddled 65. He kicks the door and he's like, knock, knock.
Which clearly he didn't kick it.
No, of course not. Who's there? Cancer.
He's dressed. He's at a retirement party.
Yeah. It's just he's a big, dumb
John Wayne
with his pot belly.
That first time you take a step back
I made that.
with your very own online store,
I sold that.
and you can manage it all in one place.
I built this.
And it was easy with a partner that puts you first. GoDaddy.
With one decision, make your community healthier, make your family stronger, make your job a career. Today you make it happen.
It's a 2x4 across the
That sucks.
He's just pointing at him with a gun.
He's barely jogging.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't have went for that, but.
John Wayne is Flanagan. He likes to hurt people. I made some real improvements since I was last year.
Oh, the sexual harassment is just terrible. There's this girl that picks him up from the airport, and like the first thing he's doing is like, look at you piece of chicken. She's a detective.
I love your 70s triangle tits and your flat ass.
Look at those fucking rocket nose cone tits. And I could see that English bush right through your fucking pants.
Like two Pinocchio noses with nipples on.
Are you transgender? I don't mind that. I'm woke too.
If you don't want your balls, I'm for it.
I sure hope you got a penis under there. Knock, knock. Cock, cock.
He covers the city from Scotland Yard. The whole superfigure loading his stock, demanding to know what kind of a lunatic I've turned loose. To Tower Bridge.
Oh, nuts.
The view from the bridge was terrific.
Oh.
See the sights. Already paid 25 grand to give me that view.
He can't even deliver a line. He can't even deliver a line. I paid 25 grand to get that view.
I lost my breath.
That's okay, dude. Cut, print, perfect. Let's move on. We're moving on. Check the gate. We're moving on.
Yeah, your doctors told us you had about 2 days to make this movie.
Yeah, no shit.
That's why you're losing your breath every time you speak.
Yeah, your lung is pink socking out of your mouth, Duke. Maybe. You want to take a deep breath and try to suck that back in for the last scene?
He looks like the old, he looks like Robert Loggia right before he died.
Oh yeah, it's just all kind of bloated.
And his haircut is different in every scene.
Oh yeah. The continuity is just terrible.
Like they dyed his hair, but when he kicks over the door, he's got white sideburns.
Yeah. We were in a pandemic. I couldn't get my hair soy sauce. The Duke. Hey, I'm all for homosexual rights. Gay pride is what the Duke's all about. The Duke loves the dick.
I like to ride horseback, but I don't mind men that ride bareback.
Bareback. You might have seen my movie, The Cowboys. It was like Brokeback Mountain when we were in between filming.
I had more sex with men on that set than Steve Rubell did in his entire time of Studio 54. Cock after cock in my mouth.
You know what my favorite movie I ever did was? Chisholm. It's actually really good. Chisholm.
And then I made Chisholm in my apartment.
Chisholm.
I had it awful from Hollywood where I lived. It's where I kept boys.
I demanded they call it Cum Shot. But they said the closest we could get is Chisholm. Oh, my Duke.
I can pay 25 grand to give me that view. Meeting the people. Would you like to drive for England's free dental care, or you not answer my question?
It's like just a long, convoluted line, like go ahead and make my day. Could you pause it a sec? Like, go ahead and make my day is just, like, it's fast, it was great, it's right there. He's got the guy's, like, mouth, he's ready to, like, curb stomp him or something. He's got his teeth on there, and he goes, how would you like to get a little of England's dental program? It just is way too long.
I understand it's free here, but I don't know the tax system.
I'm not sure. Let me get a dentist up here to help me with my line. If you want one of your incisors to...
Yeah, what's also good about Harry is it's a tense scene.
Right!
You're nervous, you're at the edge of your seat.
Yeah.
This is just an old guy clearly fake holding down another person.
Yeah, that guy could have kicked his ass. Just kick him in his old saggy balls. Kick him in the kneecap, you'll hit his balls too.
Just shove him. He'll get winded.
Right? Yeah. There was a scene where
It's just a bowel obstruction from years of coffee.
From years of red meat and coffee, cigarettes. There's a scene where he's upstairs in an apartment, and which starts off really odd. There's a bar fight, a barroom brawl that looks like it was pulled out of a comedy western. Like it's supposed to be England, and this bar brawl goes on, and it's just one of those knockdown across the bar. They throw someone, the glasses, the woman behind the bar screaming. It's so bad. And then there's this drunk guy that they're trying to get information from. Oh, here it is. Yeah, look. And what are they playing? Let the Sun Shine In?
Yeah. It's not from Hair.
Yeah, it's from Hair. But there's the Jurassic Park guy fighting. Looks like Bruce Pittman.
Look at that.
What was that?
Please rewind that. It's
like he flicked his hand and the guy goes flying into the bar. What is that?
You actually see the guy lift himself up on the bar.
Oh my
Can
God.
you please do it one more time? It is the worst hit possibly ever in film. The guy grabs the bar and
lifts himself up. Jurassic Park guy is fighting.
I love the way in movies no one fights like
Breakaway railing, a western door on the fucking...
Right.
Like, they must have had 5 minutes before the western was going to be filmed in here.
Yeah, thank you.
And they're like, all right, we need a barroom brawl. And then it's like comedy. They're punching, but... And Brannigan can't even move. He's trying to throw these punches. It looks like a fucking arthritis medicine
A
commercial.
waspy guy in a suit just completely dodged a punch while moving.
It's England. There's a woman back there with a cowboy hat on. Dude, it's literally like a western.
It's actually...
Are you like... And the sound of the punches is
I have access to blueprints and charts for telephone and sewage conduits. Under Piccadilly Circus.
Chairs don't even break.
Oh, the dude just took See, now the drunk guy, he's got a question, so he invites him back to his place or something. Dude's
I like how he gets tapped on the shoulder and he turns around. Also, the Duke's fall may have been worse than the other guys.
Oh, yeah.
He gently falls on a chair.
Well, he's the Duke. You don't want to crack your graham cracker hips. At that point, he's got fucking weeks to live because of the cancer. His lungs are like 2 paper bags in his chest. There you go, Duke. So many cuts where Duke's gonna be like, ow. You alright?
It's fine. They just threw one fake glass at me.
Yeah.
There's no reason a window would be that big.
Hey, I'm taking a bottle of scotch. And then he takes this guy out.
And John walks in and does the silly walk.
What's all these things? Jurassic Park guys just hanging out with the So he and this drunk guy get in a cab and go to the drunk guy's apartment.
Makes sense.
Where they're all drunk and it looks like gay sex is gonna happen.
Well, shit.
Take me home, big fella.
I like the way you fight. Can you take it in the ass before I can take a punch?
Hey, this is John Wayne for prep. You know, when I step up, I prep up. What do you do? The Duke.
You know what comes with being gay? The AIDS.
The AIDS.
That's why I rep prep.
That's why they call me the Duke. Put up your dukes. Up my ass. Duke. So he goes back to the guy's house. The guy gets killed. He gets shot through the window by some guy with a silencer. And the guy is on the street. Now, Duke is probably 5 stories up in the building. And he sees the guy walking down the street. And he goes, hey, you. And the guy starts running. Like, why wouldn't you just go down? Don't yell from 5 stories up. Maybe the guy will still be walking. The second you yell, he starts, or shoot him. The second you yell, the guy starts running. And now Duke is running down the fire escape, but all the shots are from the neck down, and it's obviously not the Duke's. The guy couldn't go down one flight of stairs.
Like
He's whipping around the fire escape.
Just women's legs.
Yeah. It's a black dude in shorts. I'm a colored gentleman from the waist down. It was, it's so bad. Any more of the trailer left? I think there should have been.
That's right, Commander. You can't buy a decent hamburger anyplace.
The lines are so fucking bad. This isn't Chicago. That's right. You can't see where some of the old TV shows were filmed. Blues Brothers movie.
Can't catch up this game and have a hamburger for a city known for pizza. We went with
Can't get a good deep dish pizza.
y'all eat like fairies.
This isn't Chicago, Brannigan. That's right. You don't have some queer actor claiming he was hung by MAGA.
I'm not investigating an intact sandwich and a fake lynching.
This isn't Chicago, Brannigan. That's right. I can't even see Second City.
There's not a south side that we don't go into. We just let them sort of govern themselves.
Can't get a decent ham. Just the who wrote those thinking that's gonna be a good. Everyone's gonna be saying that.
What? He only speaks in
catchphrase. Dude, that's what the whole movie was. I don't think he had any dialogue that was longer than one sentence.
Right.
Like just one sentence dialogue. The Duke. So okay, let's see the rest of this garbage. He's literally gotta hang on to the door frame or he'll fall.
Actually, behind the door, I think it's an IV
Yeah,
going in his sleeve.
maybe he's getting his chemo that day. They didn't want to show the IV going into his hand. He's kind of like, wow, that gut hanging out.
You had to pull around it to get the gun.
Yeah, he can't get his gun out because his fat is holding it into the holster.
These pants are making my legs numb.
And then this was interesting because these two guys, of course, one of them is they were being held. He was being held hostage by two guys, and they had just killed the two guys. One of the guys was the guy that mouths off to Darth Vader in Star Wars.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he was the guy that kind of mouths off to Darth Vader. Yeah, I think he wasn't the guy that gets choked, but he was another guy that's kind of sitting there looking all evil. I don't know, but it was I found that pretty interesting. All right, let's see the rest of Duke here. Oh yeah, did you hear the line? Play that back where he comes in, bursts in again.
Honesty hearts.
I wouldn't. Unless you want to sing soprano.
That means I'm gonna shoot your dick off.
I'm gonna shoot you in the balls.
And don't worry, Wong Chun Wen will accept the person you are after I shoot off your dick.
There's no problem with transgender people in the Duke's eyes.
I'm gonna bring you back to my place where I accept you. No more dick equals the Duke's friend.
I believe in gender neutrality, whatever. Gender equality. That's 8 miles away from it.
Should have a window as usual.
They put that in the trailer?
God save the Queen. John Wayne is Brannigan.
Oh, there it is. I remember being in movie theaters when I was a kid, watching like a Godzilla movie, and seeing trailers like that, where you're just like, oh, and people just thought they were movies, like good movies. I don't get it.
There just with limited options.
Such limited options. There was one more movie. I didn't give you the clip, but maybe you can find the trailer for it while I talk this one up. It was again, around the same time, a movie came out that you might know. It was called Bullet. It was a movie with Steve McQueen. That is a modern day car chase classic.
And the car of all cars.
Yes, yes. He's got the Mustang through the streets of San Francisco. A lot of jumps and just an amazing scene.
And in Bullet, I believe there is a car with 6 hubcaps that fall off.
That around turns flying off the yeah.
4 wheels.
Bullet's just an amazing movie. Steve McQueen was just a man's man. He was still a young guy. He did his own stunts for the most part. Really amazing. And the movie was a classic. Well, again, they said, what can the Duke do that is a complete ripoff of Bullet? And they're like, well, we can't call it, what should we call it? Oh, we'll do his name again. We'll just make the movie his name. The movie's called McHugh. Now, if you don't think that's because they want you to confuse Steve McQueen and Bullet, because the movie's a ripoff of Bullet, you're out of your mind. So again, his name is McHugh, and it's the same movie as Brannigan.
Why did they just call it Ammo?
Yeah,
There's no
ammo,
reason.
rounds, shots, whatever. So now he's still the same character.
And I have seen McHugh. It's been years, but I have heard of this one. The other one I've never fucking heard
Brannigan. You will see no difference in the Duke's acting prowess here. He's playing Brannigan again, which is playing every John Wayne character he's ever played. So here is the trailer for McHugh.
John Wayne is McHugh. And this time, for the first time, he's a cop. McHugh is in big trouble. $2 million in junk is missing. And somebody's trying to hang it on McHugh.
Oh, junk. I thought literally junk.
He's sorry you blew it on McHugh, but he rang it up with oil.
You're off the investigation, Lieutenant. Anything new?
Think about it.
Right. Hey, it's the Green Acres guy. You can always come out of a good movie.
Tits.
John Wayne's.
It is a shot of his tits.
Think about it.
Right. See McHugh's double D's. Oh my God. I'm transitioning.
These are from taking hormones to make me into the girl I always knew I was.
You know, I've been a woman trapped in a man's fat body for years.
Take my gun, it's a metaphor for my penis.
Q stands for queer. I'm McQueer. That was what I wanted the movie called. They said, well, just call it McHugh. I said, could there be a subtitle that says, what a great cocksucker? McQueer. McQueen. But make the queen in big letters.
Yeah. I wanted to wear a tiara for most of the film. They wouldn't let me, but they said I could wear this shirt that showed off my nipples.
Look at him. And you know he's wearing a girdle or something.
Yeah.
Like his gut is ready to fucking come flying out through that shirt.
Oh, he's wearing it from, it's like a waist
Yeah,
girdle.
you can see like the top of the girdle.
It's just folding, and then it's like, then I got my baby feeders resting on the girdle.
You ever suck a man's tits?
Men like it just as much as girls do.
This is an erogenous zone.
My gun might go off early if you suck them, if you get what I'm trying to say.
They're both permanently tanned from the nuclear site we filmed it.
That place we went to where I've been coughing ever since.
I might as well have eaten an asbestos sandwich.
Speaking of which, I did. Just now.
Enjoy McHugh. Let's roll a little more.
You're never part of the team anyway.
Like you, I never did. Yeah. I don't like that.
Boy, his love interest
That's
really
not
gets
licensed for you.
That's the same gun that John Travolta got shot with in Pulp Fiction.
We're making a splash with another Twisted Tea drop. Twisted Tea fans love the smooth, refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Real fruit tea.
Okay. I want a stereotypical Negro in my movie.
I was listening to Bobby Womack, and I was wondering if you could get him or a guy who looks just like him.
Make him up like a pimp. I don't care if he's an accountant.
He'll sing Pimps on 110th Street to me.
Maybe we could do a sequel with him called McN. Look how they made him up like a pimp. It doesn't matter. Oh, the times, they were just different back then.
He looks like fucking Goldie in the Mac. It's just like...
Mayor! It's Goldie Wilson, but Mayor? What are you talking about?
I want a pimp with 8 buckles on his hat all diamondy.
Hey, this is John Wayne for Black Lives Matter. Hashtag. I don't even know what a hashtag is. I know what a toe tag is gonna be. I know what a toe tag is.
It's what I ended up in after making several pieces of shit. You know what did make a piece of shit? My bowels on their own.
You know, when I wear my colostomy bag, it glows in the dark.
The amount of painkillers I had to take to film this movie, the doctors had to scoop out my bowel movements in between each take.
I'm John Wayne and I'm Traceba ready. The dude, he's so bad. So he's all right. He's talking to the pimp when we last left McHugh.
Santiago's got company from out of state.
Suspects include lifelong friends. Evidence points to police brass. And the payoff is a trap for McHugh. McHugh's got a job. If he can't do it with the law, he'll do it beyond the law.
All right, bring it out.
McHugh, the cop nobody can stop. Not even the cops.
I see you, Marcy.
You've never seen John Wayne before.
What?
Like this.
Blue Gilliger's on it. McHugh. How about McSHIT? Terrible. McShit. People used to go to the movies. Like they looked in the newspaper and said, "What's playing, honey?" Well, we have MASH. That's playing. I think 2001: A Space Odyssey is playing. Let's look here. Dirty Harry.
The Exorcist. This seems like an interesting way to jump on.
Wow.
Really terrifying.
McHugh.
What's that?
What is John Wayne? You like John Wayne, right? You're fucking retarded. You enjoy John Wayne movies. You love Brannigan.
You like True Grit, where he had the acting ability of wearing an eye patch?
That's right. True Grit was really good. People loved that until the remake came out and people realized how much better it could be with someone who could actually act.
And that was arguably his best movie.
Right.
I'm a Chinaman.
Yeah, didn't he win an Academy? Wait a minute. Did John Wayne win an Academy Award for...
I believe he did
for
win
True Grit?
I think he did win Academy Award.
Oh my god.
Which is, I guess now it is fair that blacks are angry.
Oh, they called it True Grit for what came out of his mouth when he coughed. Best actor, True Grit. John Wayne has a fucking Oscar. That just shows right there how it just doesn't fucking. How did that win? Hey, I go home and put it in my ass because I'm McQueer.
They did say that John Wayne too behind the scenes, and I hate to ruin this for some of you. Little bit of fruity guy.
A little, yeah, they said John Wayne was a little queer.
Wimpy, a little.
Hey, you know, when men go into the arts, which the motion picture industry was back in the day, you get a little, you know, suspicious. And as a young man, like really young man, I think in the 30s when he was doing movies, he kind of looked a little poofy.
Yeah.
He looked a little bit of a poofta.
Then he became America's cowboy.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
And then Clint Eastwood did Unforgiven, and then we all watched Tombstone, and we knew how those could be.
Right. That we knew the good, the bad, the ugly.
Oh, it's
those spaghetti westerns with Clint.
Everything's Sergio.
Yeah, yeah. And then the Duke. There was a movie called The Cowboys, and it was a bunch of kids, and John Wayne, and they had herd some cattle across the state, and people were trying to steal the cattle, and John Wayne dies like within the first fucking half hour of this movie. Yeah, there he is. Now he's real. I think this was like one of his last movies. John Wayne and the Cowboys.
Get me my cum bib.
Yeah. I think one of the kids in this, like, and he's a kid, is the Revenge of the Nerds guy. You know that guy, Revenge of the Nerds? I think he's like fucking 13 in this.
The main star?
Yeah, one of the kids, yeah.
And then there's Anthony Edwards is his name, right?
No, that was the other guy. The other guy is a Carradine brother.
That's right.
Yeah, he's a younger Carradine, not to be confused with the Carradine that choked himself in a fucking Thailand closet. I don't mind how you get off.
Yeah.
You gotta hang yourself to come, to make jism.
Boy, you sure did avoid getting killed, Bill. Up until you decided to jerk off in ladies' clothes. You dangling in the closet.
I mean, Jesus Christ, man. Jerk off in the comfort of your own home.
Is it that hard to come? You need that all this business too? I'm not here to judge, but think about your actions.
Yeah, Bruce Dern was the bad guy in The Cowboys. And Bruce Dern's always been just a pretty fucking good actor.
Bruce Dern is great in everything.
Yeah.
Bruce Dern makes the Burbs fucking, like, hilarious.
Bruce Dern's fucking really good. And he was obviously in
Nebraska.
Tarantino's, a couple of Quentin Tarantino
He was in
movies.
Django.
Yeah.
He's in Nebraska it was really good.
He was in the fucking Hollywood movie there. That came out. He was the old guy in the bed at the ranch.
Yeah, he's at the Manson Ranch.
Yeah, he was
in Once
that
Upon a
one.
Time in Hollywood.
Hateful Eight.
And then
He was in that one.
Is it Coming Home? I know John Boyd's in
Yeah,
it.
Coming Home. He was in that one.
Yeah.
Coming. I want to call it Chisholm Home.
We're gonna give the role to Bruce Dern. You know, we don't want to call it that.
Right.
Right. It says
Coming
coming.
movie. Any more of that? Oh no, we saw McHugh. Okay, McHugh. I'm so confused. Yeah, The Cowboys was pretty good. Do you got any more of The Cowboys? Let me see some of the Duke's last role. I think very close anyway.
Doing his true shit.
Any volume? That's the kid.
My name's Honeycutt.
That is him.
Yeah.
15. And everybody calls me Slim. Why next?
So for some reason, the only people that will help him are kids, and they have to fight Bruce Dern and his evil gang of people. So you know, it's a movie for the kids. Hey, you're fatter than me, you little bastard.
I see when you got a bruise on your cheek. Is that a cock print from a producer?
Look, I'm not going to assume gender on any. I'm woke too.
You tell me what you want to be.
I don't care if you're a girl, a boy, or maybe non-binary.
If you want to bleed from your dick, I'll shoot a hole in it. I'll give you a sex change. A 2-cent sex change. Turn to see a cult. It involves my mouth and I get to keep whatever I bite off. I just want you to be sure you want to go through with this. Let me show you what it could feel like. I got a house of taxidermy boy dicks. I'm woke John Wayne. Woke Wayne.
Fucking hell. Now if I die.
Alright, so in this video, I'm going to be talking about the drama that's going on with this guy, Jack Murphy. If you don't know who he is, he's this right-wing YouTuber, internet personality, and he goes on, like, Tim Pool's podcast a lot, and he's one of these guys that really promotes, like, masculinity and, like, what it means to be a man. And he sells some membership thing where you can join his group and talk about, like, how to be a man or something like that. Like, this is from his website, where you could pay him $100 a month to join this like men's club that he has going on, where you can talk about like positive masculinity and shit like that. And I already think it's kind of weird to be paying some guy $100 a month to like learn how to be a man or something. But what makes this even more embarrassing is who this guy Jack Murphy really is. Like everything he's been promoting here and selling is all a lie pretty much. And this guy exposed himself as being a grifter, and he literally exposed himself. This story is just wild, and it all started to unravel I think like a week and a half ago when he was on some like right-wing podcast and they're reading super chats, so they're reading questions that people paid to ask, and the host reads this question and this guy just loses it. Like he flips out at the host and he's like, fuck you, why the fuck would you ever bring this up? And it just gets really awkward. Like obviously this guy is really insecure about his past, even though on his website it says something about like how you need to learn to take accountability, but that is the exact opposite of this guy here. Like he does not want to talk about his past at all, and he has like a temper tantrum when someone brings it up, and he gets mad at the host who like is just asking questions someone paid to ask. Like she didn't come up with this question, and I don't think he told anybody that it was off limits, and I don't think anybody knew that he was this sensitive about it, and the fact that he got so worked up would drew people's attention to it. So the question that this girl asks is about an article that he wrote like 5 years ago about how he likes to be cucked. And if you don't know what that is, it's when you allow your girlfriend or wife to go like sleep with some random guy and like you get off to it, like you think it's hot. So if he just acted normal here and said something like, oh, you know, in my past I was doing crazy shit, now I changed or whatever, like you just gotta play it off or like just try to justify yourself or something. You can't just flip out and get mad. That's like the worst thing you can do in this situation, and it's just gonna cause more people to go read the article and like try to dig up shit from your past, which is exactly what happens. Like this moment right here, it snowballs into something crazy, and it pretty much destroys this guy's career. Alright, so now I'm just gonna play the clip where he flips out at the podcast host for asking a question about his cup article that he wrote back in 2015.
Could you please clear up the cup article you wrote?
I am not going to talk about this. And basically, you know what? Fuck you for bringing this up right here and right now. Why are you doing this to me?
I didn't know that. I didn't know what it was.
Well, just use a little bit of fucking common sense.
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah. Fuck you. Heartfelt.
Elizabeth Harrison says,
It's like this guy doesn't know how the internet works. If you give that response to that question, then people are going to go dig that shit up because people are trolls and they know you're triggered by something, so they're going to keep trying to shove it in your face. And I think somebody already did ask him about this article earlier on the show, but he just like played it off and was like, yeah, you know what, that's my past. Like he did the right thing. But I guess when they brought it up again, he just could not handle it, and it didn't really seem like this girl's bringing it up to embarrass him or make him uncomfortable. Like she's probably just reading it because some guy paid to have it read, so she's like, no, I have to read this. And she probably just wasn't thinking about it, and she probably didn't know that he was so insecure about it. And if you're supposed to be this like really tough, masculine, like alpha male guy, you can't get that triggered over a question and then flip out at some girl for asking it. Like the best thing he could have done here is probably just been upfront about it and gotten it out of the way. And been like, yeah, in my past I was up to some freaky shit, but now I'm changed and I'm not into attention. I'm not this alpha male that people think of this also talks. And I don't know if I'd want to a little go where if that's something you can that well.
So I don't understand why everybody's so white knighting simping for her. She can stand up for herself. It's resolved, and in my mind, it's done. And to me, this is such a nothing murder in my life.
I feel like if him and Tim were reacting to somebody else who was like insulting some girl and like treating her like that, they would be like taking her defense and be like, wow, this guy's a piece of shit. Why would he talk like that? But of course he's like, oh, why are people simping for her? Why are they waiting? But now you probably think you're getting scammed. All right, so now I'm gonna play a little more of Tim's podcast.
I am so focused on so many other bigger and more important things that people chipping and chirping away at me at this are just so annoying. When I block people, it's because you're annoying, dude. It's because you have.
We have to see, like, how the hell do people give this guy money? Like, this guy is so fragile. Like, there's no way he's the kind of person that he promotes. I think right there he's like, you don't bother me, you're just annoying. Like, obviously these people are bothering you. Like, you got insanely bothered by that podcast host just asking you a question. And then this guy will probably go and talk about how people are, like, way too sensitive nowadays. Like, this guy seems very sensitive, emotional, and unstable. And I'm sure those are all things that he says men shouldn't be. Like, here's another part from Tim's podcast where Jack's talking about how the girl who was interviewing him, who read the question, like, crossed the boundary of his.
Because I had set a boundary, and she crossed it. And that's part of being a man, too, is saying, here's my boundary, please don't cross it. And then she crossed it, and I told her that I didn't like it. Did I use the right words? No. Should I have cursed at her? No. And did I apologize to her for that? Yes.
So he's saying that they set like a boundary and she crossed it, but she claims and like a lot of other people claim that he didn't say anything about it. You know, she had no idea that he was like that sensitive about.
Automotive and light duty truck department. If you would like to order a tow, press 1 now. To check the status of a tow in progress, press 2 now. If you are inquiring on a vehicle storage or impound, press 3 now. If you have received a notified letter. For general information about your tow or vehicle, press 1. To speak to a representative, press 2.
Hi, I was wondering if my car was there and how much the bill would be to get it out.
What's up, buddy? Come here. What do you have to eat? What do you have? Cheeseburger. Is that it?
Black and white surveillance.
What's up, buddy? Come here. What do you have to eat? What do you have? Cheeseburger. Is that it? Hey, 62, go get his cheeseburger too. Yeah, that's the least I can do, right? You are. What's up, buddy? Come here.
Are you losing your hair? I mean, obviously, growing your hair back is easy.
About 3 years ago, I was
Hey! You contribute a lot to this matter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, take the off while I'm going. Because I swear to God, I thought you were going to anyways.
Some guys there from PitchRates.com today we're going to be reacting to trend ratings in real life. This is a post made on a TikTok account called Classic Alaskan Carolyn M. And basically, from all the tags, everyone's tagging me because I get this trend, horror stories and whatnot, and this is a real life case, like a visual example perhaps of trend range. So she's basically recording her husband without him knowing, or maybe he doesn't know, I don't even quite know, but here she talks about, I'll go to the beginning. Basically, her account looks pretty normal. She has, dogs flying, saying stop using Robinhood, Dogecoin, she's into crypto. But then here, this is the one that went viral, 3.3 million views. Him, steroid abuse doesn't affect him at all. Me, it just made the narcissistic abuse worse. Him, no one will ever believe you. The army, be quiet. Oh my God. Zip it, bitch.
I'm taking my fucking pistol. Oh my God. I don't fucking care. That's my goddamn right as an American. That's why I'm a fucking concealed carry. Jesus Christ. You don't fucking understand shit.
We're going into
I don't care.
We are going into an attack.
I don't fucking care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't fucking mail, so look what a fucking package is. You get pissed off at me. But hey, I'm an asshole. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, so pretty intense. The caption is steroid abuse plus Army Ranger equals what I said before. So a bunch of comments, speculating about what's going on. Again, there's no context really. It's not like anyone really knows the backstory, what happened before this, what's going on, even what he's actually taking. She actually goes on to elaborate what his cycle sort of consists of. A lot of this is women accusing her for his behavior in the comments. The level of abuse in the relationship is toxic. You should leave. Your happiness would go up 5 times. It's like an economics emoji. He sounds dangerous. He's a sick individual. Save yourself, kids, if you got him. You can't fix this world. Being your prayers for you. But women are so emotional, crying, laughing face. The men in these comments clown. All the patriots in this comment section, at the end of the day, it's not about him wanting to bring the gun. All the comments from men, why do you push him through this? How scary that some of you were raised to feel like it takes on responsibility. Why isn't anybody more nervous that he has to bring his gun? That feels like a paranoia issue, especially if he has trauma from the army. So that was the one that went viral, and then it kind of led to her putting out this string of other videos about these situations.
you are inquiring on a vehicle storage or inbound, press
It says here, part 2, May 12th. I've already contacted the superior after he tried to harm himself May 17th with the fire symbol flex. Army mentality. Shoot him under the rug, don't get him the help he needs. Shortly after he destroyed the trash can.
Now get along and put your trash can on your fucking jobs. I hate this stuff.
Hi, I want to know what the address was, and I just need the title to get my car back, right? Okay, cool.
So you see
Okay, 12.
caption here at the bottom. It says he is not allowed, he's not in the home now, is not allowed within 2,500 feet of the home.
Oh, H.
A firearm.
Okay.
Oh, I should have talked about that beforehand.
Alright, thank you.
By his command. Not sure I trust that anymore. And then it says, the superior said that they would use these steroids trend zone to test specifically for it. So she's very, very much only in on the Trenbolone specifically. Is that the only androgen he's running? Surely not. She's either tested it or something else. But you know, the fact that she mentions trend, you know, just goes to show even women who probably know very little about anabolics, know the actual, you know, nature of this compound, what it can do to somebody who already has anger issues, potentially, how it can exacerbate personality, stuff like this. I asked the superior when they needed to take possession of the steroids on May 20th, and I was then informed by the superior that it was an allegation and up to the commander to decide. So I suspect they won't actually test the investigator to get him the help he needs. That's part 2, then Q&A part 1. Let's see.
Original video. My issue has never been with him carrying. My issue is the fact that he's been injecting Trenbolone for the last year and refuses to acknowledge or admit that it has changed him.
The Trenbolone for a year straight, you can imagine how difficult it is to even run it for, you know, a month or 2 at a reasonable dose without having some pretty significant mind-altering side effects. Now, again, some people that think they're totally unaffected, maybe some people are. Some people seem to even get increased confidence and, you know, respond relatively favorably. But in general, it's a very volatile compound. It makes people act odd, very paranoid / aggressive simultaneously, and a lot of people can't handle it. You know, and to be honest, though, a lot of people are using way more than they need. People think they need to use 300 to 400 plus per week to get, you know, the effect of it when it.
A software engineer in 10 months with Practicum. Learn to code real business projects, from simple web pages to complete applications. We'll teach you the full stack from scratch with line-by-line code review.
I remember I met somebody that was on you know what I'm talking about. CUMTOW.
Oh, Compound. Yeah. I think we met way back in the day.
Was it
serious? It's serious.
Yeah, did you have short
I
hair?
had no hair, dude.
That was
we
you?
were, yeah, dude. Like
oh my God,
7 years ago, we did a serious Raw Dog podcast, and it's like none of us. I mean, like you were doing better, but not like this, and I was nowhere near. Like we were just like you were like a guy working clubs, and I was a guy working like Thursdays and Sundays.
Oh my God, dude! I have looked up because I've looked.
You didn't know that was me?
No.
You didn't know the bald guy you met in Sirius 6 years ago was me?
No. And I've been looking for him.
That's so
not even
fucking
joking.
funny, dude. I know you're not. I can see it in your eyes.
I looked at Comtown and I'm like, I swear to God, this dude was from Comtown. Wow.
Yeah, dude, we met so long ago, and that was
serious.
That was a fun podcast. Dude. We didn't know each other at all. We were just kind of shooting the shit.
Whose show was it?
I don't know. It was like that guy Aaron.
Opie?
No, dude, it was like the guy like such a low level serious show. it was like the producers.
Son or something.
Yeah, exactly. It was hilarious, and it wasn't even like a studio. It was like in an office. They put 4 mics in. Remember?
Yeah.
I was like, you know, what the fuck, you know, what is this?
I remember, yeah, somebody yelled the N word right when I walked in there.
Sorry about
And
that.
I was like,
No.
I was like, all right, I'll stay.
Yeah. Sorry, Sherrod made me really mad.
Bro, how long was Sherrod Small? The only black dude in that circle
In that
there.
rotation, dude. Hope he had Sherrod back to back to
Sherrod was
back.
cool, bro.
Yeah.
Sherrod's a cool cat, man.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Yeah, let's start that. Sherrod's been dead for years.
Yeah, I miss him.
Yeah, good guy though. Good guy. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, and so you guys don't do that anymore? You guys still
No, we stopped the show like last year. I was fucking.
Cause you love, bro. I remember you telling me how freaking good it was.
It was fun, dude. It was a fun
I
show.
remember that now.
Yeah, we had just started, and the show was.
And I
awesome.
looked at the lettering and it had semen coming off.
It looked like it was pure cum. But that's the show you do when you're like, you know, in your mid-20s with your boys, and it was like,
yeah, when you got extra cum.
Yeah, when you got cum to spare. Now I need you know, I'm drinking extra fluids when I know I'm gonna make love. I want to make sure I'm getting an IV straight to my balls just to make sure there's plenty of cum in there. But yeah, dude, the show was fucking fun for a while, and then you know, I was like, damn, am I gonna be the cum town guy when I'm 40?
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's like you can't when the brand
the first
is
guess
semen.
was yeah.
Yeah. And if, most people in my life were like, oh yeah, you will be. Come on, dude. Stop getting greedy. You found the gimmick, stick with it. You'll have to make fucking dick, you know, being gay with your friends jokes until you die, which I still do to some extent.
None of that will ever end.
Yeah.
It shouldn't.
Yeah, no. But you know. So then it was just like you know, I was just
like an evolution kind of?
Yeah, I just want to do my own thing because it's like you know, because you do your own show, it's nice to just be the only person who has to schedule anything. You just do it on your own time. All that kind of shit, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I did another show too for a while. I did King and the Sting, and it was fun. But I started to miss. I didn't have enough energy really to focus on like what my own world was.
Yeah.
And what made me feel comfortable.
For sure.
And the scheduling, it becomes a lot. People think, well, you're only working a couple hours a week. It's a lot. There's a lot more to it that you don't see.
Exactly.
I'm not complaining, but that's what it is.
Yeah, and that was basically it. Where I was like, I also just really wanted to focus on stand up, and I had the special just come out, and I was like, you know, I thought I was gonna just like kind of take a little break. Special was out, retool, do all this shit, and then I stopped doing Cumtown, and then my shit blew up, and I was like, wait, I can't. The break is never happening. And I've just been on the road for 2 years since. Like, I have to take, like, after, that's why I'm filming this special. It's a little early, but I was like, I need the summer off because I'm going to fucking die. Like, if you work this long, you will die. So yeah. And I just kind of, like, really went crazy on stand-up. And then just after a while, I was like, I guess I should just do a podcast. I'm good at it. So I just started Stavi's World.
Hope you enjoyed that video, and you can watch another. And you can watch this one, you can watch this one. Different options, different choices. Some guy just brings you one option, not this guy. 2 options. Watch one, this one or this one.
The first time you made a sale online was also the first time you heard of a town named
Dinosaur. We just got an order from Dinosaur, Colorado.
No way. Start an easy-to-build, powerful website for free with a partner that always puts you first. GoDaddy. Tools and support for every small business first.
Ray Magliozzi here. When you need parts, eBay Motors ensures a guaranteed fit. Hey, Dave.
Yep. Wait.
How are those new wipers?
They're small.
Just go to eBay Motors where the check means a guaranteed fit. Let's ride.
Isn't this the closet where that crazy guy hung into?
The very first sake drinks in Japan were made with a certain human bodily fluid that wouldn't go well with most drinks today. If that sounds about as appetizing as a moldy sandwich, then buckle up, Buttercup, because modern sake is made with actual mold. This is the 2,500-year history of sake in Japan. The world has changed a lot in 2 millennia. We now have smartphones and dumb people. What hasn't changed much are the basics of brewing sake. I want my viewers to succeed in life, so let me tell you about those basics, and you can go off to start your own sake empire, or brew it at home and live the sweet life of a degenerate alcoholic, whatever success means to you. First, like with many things Asian, it starts with rice. Add water and steam to make steamed rice. Now sake is different from grape wine. Grapes are sweet, like a classmate who lets you cheat off her test because she likes you. Because grapes have sugar. Winemakers add yeast to turn that sugar into alcohol. But sake is made from rice, and rice is a starchy bitch. Rice tells the teacher that you've been cheating. All starch, no sugar. You need something to turn that starch into sugar before the yeast can do its thing. Luckily, we have that something. Unluckily, it's mold. Koji fungus be the name, and breaking starch into sugar be the game. Just sprinkle these bad boys onto your steamed rice, and they'd be twerking all over it in the time it takes you to figure out how to pronounce their name. This is why sake is more like beer than wine, because beer also has this extra step of turning plant starch into sugar. Afterwards, you take a barrel and fill it with the koji rice, water, and more steamed rice, and the MVP, yeast. This is the yeast starter, called seed mash, where the yeast live their best lives in paradise, making generations of little yeast babies, all drunk off their ass. Once the yeast has multiplied enough, you add it to the main barrel, along with more koji rice, water, and steamed rice. This is the main mash, where fermentation happens. The gloop bubbles for a few weeks, making that fine alcohol that we love. I know it still looks like lumpy glue now, because the sake is mixed inside all that undissolved rice, mold, and yeast. But next, you filter that mess with cloth or something. This is when the nerd takes off her glasses and becomes a hot girl who has lost all character development. What comes out is delicious liquid sake. Then you age it for at least a few months before drinking or selling. Now, that's just the basics. Each step can be tweaked to make the sake taste the way you want. If you're new to sake, it might be hard to choose one from the store. I know that's true for me. That's why today I'm going to tipsysake.com to take their quiz. They'll send me the exact right type of sake to get me drunk enough to continue this video, which is sponsored by Tipsy. You can buy mouth-watering sake straight from their store, or you can sign up for their sake club service and get a personalized sake box sent to your door every month or couple of months, depending on your level of alcoholism. Alright, flavor. I like something rich and a bit sweet. It fits my character. Sweet and wealthy. No. Categories to exclude? Nah, we're inclusive here. Sake and sushi. They're perfect for each other, like your mom and dad after the divorce. Chilled or warm. I've had warm sake before, and oh my ninja, it tasted like someone gurgled sake and spit it back in my mouth. And I loved it ever since. So I'm gonna choose chilled. Probably citrus, tropical, dried fruit. I am new to the sake scene. If not for this quiz, I'd have no idea what to try. 3 bottles every month. I don't have a problem. Turns out the sake gods are generous and fast shippers. 4 days after signing up, and Tipsy already delivered the bottles to my door. They also gave me this cute masu to drink from. They're so thoughtful, knowing that I can't afford cups on a YouTuber income. The masu transfers a bit of wood taste to the drink, which I grew fond of actually. Being a responsible adult, I had to stop myself because this video wouldn't have gotten finished, let me tell you. Luckily, I was born with intense self-control and willpower. If you like sake, or if you want to step foot in the sake scene and don't know where to start, I really recommend going to the link in the description below and using the promo code LINFAMY to get 10% off your purchase. Whether you buy the monthly personalized sake box or individual bottles, they'll even hook you up with a little booklet introducing you to the world of sake, the whole brewing process, and other interesting information you can share with your friends and lose them. Eating sashimi with daiginjo sake? Puh! So use my link below to get 10% off some amazing sake right now. Like now. Drink alcohol responsibly while supporting the channel. Where did sake come from? Like, why do you love me? It's a tough question to answer. It also depends on what you mean by sake. Some people claim that it originated in Japan. These people are mostly Japanese. We did find pots from 3000 to 4000 BCE in Japan that might have been used to make wine, but they had grape seeds in them. People back then probably used grapes and other fruits to make their family neglecting juice, but there's no evidence that they made it from rice. The Chinese have been sipping rice alcohol for a long time. There's evidence of rice wine brewing from Stone Age people 9,000 years ago in what is now China. So it likely traveled from the Chinese mainland to Japan at some point. More than 2,500 years ago, the Japanese were like, yo, let's plant some rice underwater and see what happens. What happened was they hit the pachinko jackpot and the machine was spitting out grains of rice. You don't want to be brewing sake when you're struggling to make enough rice to survive, but wet rice farmers smashed all the speed run records. And what was the first thing they did when they had extra rice? First, they stopped dying, then they got drunk as fuck. The first time the Chinese ran into Japanese people, they wrote that the Japanese were born to love wine. They drank it all the time, especially at ceremonies, mourning the dead. Now, you could define sake in a way that would mean true sake originated in Japan. There's this old Japanese text from the year 714 about a god that got his rice wet, and it became moldy. So he made a liquor out of it and threw a kegger for his followers, dedicating it to the spirits of the land. So it sounds like the Japanese have been using this koji fungus to make sake since ancient times when Pokemon roamed the land. Now China and Korea used fungi to make alcohol too, but there's evidence that the type they used was different. This koji fungus seemed to be Japanese only. The first sake drinks in Japan were probably made with a certain human bodily fluid called spit, the spit of virgins. The stories say that in ancient times, virgin priestesses chewed rice and spit it into bowls like sexy llamas, then sealed them. The spit enzymes turned the starch into sugar, and the traces of yeast on the rice turned the sugar into alcohol. This kind of sake wasn't all liquid, but more like an alcohol porridge. It was called bijinshu, or beautiful woman sake, and they drank it in religious ceremonies. Rice always had sacred vibes to the Japanese because it allowed them to not die, so it makes sense that they looked at sake in a similar way. Now, in the history of sake, chewing brewing didn't happen much, but once in a while you'll hear of it. Someone interviewed an old Okinawan lady who said that in the 1930s, when she was 14, she took part in making saliva sake for a Shinto ceremony. Probably not something you want to hear your mom sign you up for. Honey, I volunteered you for the virgin chewing ritual tomorrow. She and other girls her age sat around a ceramic pot, chewing rice until their jaws ached, then spit the mush into the pot. It was hard work. In ancient times, brewing sake was a woman's job. They're experts in dealing with yeast. The Japanese word for a brewmaster is toji. It was originally written with these Chinese characters, which meant lady or madam in Japanese. At some point, that changed, and women were kicked out of the brewhouse, probably around the time Chinese Buddhism came to Japan in the 500s, bringing with it the ideals of Confucius, an influential Chinese philosopher who watched one too many Andrew Tate videos. Japanese brewers also thought women's bodies were too polluting because of their periods. and in later medieval times, breweries banned women from stepping foot inside. They had a saying, let a woman enter the brewery and the sake will sour. Now you're probably asking, wait, isn't one famous god of sake female? Good job. But a folk belief explained that because the goddess of sake was female, another woman entering the brewery would make the goddess jealous. Don't worry though, a woman could request a talisman to wear that cancelled her body's taint. The Japanese were serious about their sake. The early Japanese imperial court created a government office that handled the important work of making sake, not by chewing but by mold, and banned anyone else from making it. The court used this traditional drink in sacred events like religious rituals, ceremonies, and killer parties for the nobles. One type of party they had was called the Winding Stream Party. It was a poetry contest that came from China involving wine, a type of contest known to historians as a drinking game. To play, a bunch of noblemen put on their noble outfits, waddled up to a calm stream, and sat by the banks. Servants floated sake cups down the stream. A noble had to write some mad rhymes about some chosen topic before the cup reached him. If he didn't finish in time, the unpoetic loser had to drink the cup, and he'd probably write a poem about how he couldn't finish the poem. Ideas abound within my head, oh but the page stays blank instead. The cup arrives, so cold my sweat, and I am filled with deep regret. They really liked poetry. In medieval times, starting in the late 1100s, the sake community went through a revolution. New brewing techniques developed in the medieval period, and they even came up with a technique you've heard of, but the West didn't invent until the 1800s. So one day, the imperial court decided to give up its sake monopoly. They graciously allowed anyone to make it. And immediately, the sake market was seized by the usual money-hungry businessmen, priests. Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples dove into the sake business and swam in the moldy waters of money. It turns out monks were not just experts in sitting around. They were skilled sake sages, using their Buddhist powers to make liquor like you've never seen. Lord Buddha, please grant me the strength to make sake as smooth as my head. But really, what made shrines and temples so successful was that they owned a lot of land, so they had plenty of access to the key ingredients of sake: rice, water, and poor people. We still now use those ingredients, and also many of the brewing techniques they invented. Leveling up woodworking allowed them to build 1,800-liter vats to brew enough sake to make them forget they were celibate. Clear sake started in the medieval period. Before, sake was actually cloudy. People aged it right after the main mash was done fermenting. Two new techniques became popular. One was to filter that cloudy stuff through cloth, making sake clear. It still had a yellowish brown color because they used unpolished rice. The second technique got rid of this yellow color by polishing the rice. Before, people used unpolished rice for everything, or they only polished the rice at the fermentation stage. What does polishing mean? Now I need you to put some pillows on the floor around you and grab your seat, because I'm about to unleash a revelation. Rice is not naturally white. After you take off the hull, the rice grain is actually brown, or red or purple depending on the type, but mostly brown. This outer layer, called the bran, has fats, proteins, and fiber that mess with the flavor. The more you can polish away the outer layer, the whiter the rice becomes, and the purer the starch you get. A technique white supremacists can get behind. It eventually became the norm to drink filtered clear sake. It still wasn't the same as modern sake. Back then it had less water, making it sweeter and more viscous, more blah 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 blah. It also had more alcohol. When Europeans came to Japan much later, what they discovered blew the wigs right off their heads. Monks were pasteurizing their sake, heating it up to kill microbes and prevent spoiling. They had been doing it for centuries. Meanwhile, Louis Pasteur only patented the process in 1865. In the 1500s, brewing became a huge industry, with rich independent businesses not even tied to temples or shrines. Get your gas masks and signs ready, because there was another sake revolution in the Edo period. Throughout Japanese history, commoners, especially farmers, made a lot of money. I mean, they're so poor it's funny. Many couldn't live off their lands all year. So, in the winter, when there wasn't much farming to do, some commoners would travel to a sake region, a place where people from far away got together to brew and sell sake. Sake brewing regions and sake groups grew, developing their own systems and unique tastes. In the 1800s, one of these regions became the center of sake in Japan. It's now called Nadago-go, or the 5 Villages of Nara, a magical place where you can find famous sake masters just roaming the street right next to you, aimlessly, because they're absolutely smashed. One of the reasons this area became so famous was due to something that only exists in one of the villages, Nishinomiya. Brewers noticed that the sake made at Nishinomiya was always better than elsewhere. According to sake legends, this one dude named Yamamura Tazaemon owned 2 breweries, one in Nishinomiya and one in nearby Uozaki. He put on his lucky underwear and went on a mission to figure out what was so special about Nishinomiya. This dude tried everything, from using the same rice in both breweries to using the same equipment. He even switched the brewmasters, but nothing worked. Then, one day, he shipped water from Nishinomiya to his other brewery, and baboom, the sake from Loser Brewery came out just as good. Turns out the well water from Nishinomiya is magic water for sake making. It has a bunch of phosphates and potassium, which are like Popeye's fried chicken to koji fungus and yeast. The 5 villages used the latest tech of water wheels for polishing rice. Not only was it 40 times faster than foot treadles, but the rice was higher quality because it was polished so evenly. The industry was booming. Big cities like Kyoto, Osaka, and Edo were drowning in sake. Ships raced each other from the 5 villages to the port of Edo, delivering sake like they were Amazon, and Edo just paid for Prime. Japanese sake was also exported to places all over Southeast Asia. After Edo came the Meiji period, the beginning of modern Japan. To the Meiji government, sake was a national security issue. It was an important national drink, a sacred tradition in Japanese history, and a Godzilla-sized source of taxes. At one point, the liquor tax made up 1/3 of the tax revenue. They had to keep the industry going. The government had a problem, though. Sake brewing was dangerous business. A batch of sake could go bad if bacteria got into the barrels. Microbes treated wooden barrels like Africa, always looking for spots to colonize. That could have meant up to a year of work wasted. And once bacteria had colonized a barrel, traces of it might linger for years, jeopardizing future batches. It was such an issue that breweries expected about 10% of every batch to be spoiled.
Topo Chico Margarita Hard Seltzer. Always refreshing. Always diferente.
Another problem was yeast quality. Brewmasters used the yeast that their breweries accumulated over the years, veteran yeast. But microbes can't be controlled. One year, the yeast could mutate and give you a sake of shit. Brewmasters always said that you couldn't brew the same sake twice. You can't rely on microorganisms for your fiscal policy. They make terrible economic decisions. So in 1904, the Meiji government founded the National Research Institute of Brewing. They spread knowledge of the latest and safest brewing techniques. They told everyone to drop the dirty wooden tubs and use steel tanks coated with enamel instead. They funded breeding of quality sake rice. Other new techniques were rice polishing machines and bottling sake for shipping. The government held national sake competitions, and the yeast of the winners were spread far and wide to level up sake across the country. Things were going fine until World War II hit. The worst legacy of World War II was that it destroyed the sake industry. Many breweries started brewing bombs and rifles. Rice became hard to get, so brewmasters diluted their sake by adding water, sugar, acids, or distilled alcohol. The high dilution made it lower quality, but way cheaper to make. The industry recovered after the war and peaked in the 1970s, but since then it's been falling, giving way to other drinks like beer and shochu. The national drink of Japan is declining in Japan. There is good news though, sake exports have been doing the opposite. People outside of Japan are just loving it. So next time you see a weeb, thank them for keeping sake alive. They also support another Japanese food industry, sushi. The war almost killed this food too, but starving street vendors managed to save your tuna nigiri. Click here to find out how. Don't forget to click on my link in the description to get premium sake sent to your home. We have some new patrons today: Jeff Fawcett, Alien Ace Cat, Ali, and Harmless Fern 723. May your sake cups never run dry. I love you and spread the knowledge.
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is a terrible game show. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is a terrible game. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is a terrible show. It's a terrible game show because it's overly dramatized plotting crap that ends up sometimes taking entire episodes just to answer 3 questions. The tension is purely manufactured, and the production doesn't match its actual content of run-of-the-mill multiple-choice trivia, and never is there any contestant on the show who can be outlandish enough to leave an impression like that guy who answers penis for the 400th time on Family Feud, or enough spectacle and energy to feel excited to be chosen to play like The Price is Right, the best game show ever made. It's a terrible game because it's just trivia, with no twist whatsoever on the formula except lifelines, which are just hints disguised as plot points. Even back when the show premiered in 1999, you could find this shit on the internet for free, or buy some far superior trivia CD-ROM game like the original You Don't Know Jack collection. It's a terrible show because it becomes forgettable as soon as you watch one episode. While it hypes itself up as an intense, movie-budgeted affair, it's really just a hollow nothing pile as trite as most reality shows. Jeopardy may be a show of similar substance, consisting of absolutely nothing but answering questions, wagering money, dying of pancreatic cancer, and desperately struggling to find a suitable replacement host even though you never will, but Jeopardy rattles off the trivia and keeps the intrigue flowing, while Millionaire's god-awful pacing and usually Neanderthal-level questions result in a frustrated and uncaptivated audience. But sometimes, someone aims to change this. Sometimes, someone steps onto the Millionaire stage with the intent of not giving a flying fuck about all who oppose him. Alan Carver is that someone. Now see, this is where other YouTube videos would have gone into the boring as fuck history of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, or giving you more background info on Alan Carver because they aren't creative enough to find entertaining ways to increase the runtime of their videos so they can generate more ad revenue, and instead, let's just get right into it. Alan Carver was a contestant on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire at some point, and I love how he handled the game, and I'm going to talk about it at the end. There's some pretty wonky network logo censoring and aspect ratioing on this clip because it's the only surviving one I could find on the internet. All other recordings of this episode seem to have been obliterated by copyright claims. Even worse, I think some other uploader added a couple of text overlays and censored the name of the original uploader on this one to pathetically try to grab the attention of people on Facebook or other normies and use convince them to watch the
I have to go get it on my car. It's super expensive too. It's fucking hell. I'm off kings. I made that. Should've went ham, dude. I probably would have got off of it though. At least a few dollars. I always try to get one in right before my bigs, and it always goes horrible. Just wait. Shot a 5. Get it. Getting sucked out now before I leave. Playing with some wacky hands, so she got some time. A few minutes. It requires extra patience. Cool. Got you. Bang! Right before I leave. Okay, I'm done. Okay. I gotta leave now. Ugh. Pajama Man. Pajama Sam. Oh, look, I don't know. Oops.
Showing up on the first page of Google might not be the best for everyone. But for business owners it is. Take My Vintage's online store. It ranks for thousands of competitive keywords, like vintage clothing, which gets loads of searches on a monthly basis. And 80% of that traffic goes to their site. They also rank for over 1,000 images on Google. All of this drives tons of organic traffic every single month, leading to incredible organic growth year over year, and a lot more sales. For those who want to be seen, Wix.com/SEO.
Says you can't book the book without the brands you want, the prices you want, whenever. TJ Maxx, so you can always afford to be you.
Punishment. The inevitable consequences of doing something wrong or doing something that the rest of society doesn't like. As civilization developed, so too did the ways in which people punish those who broke the rules. The development of prisons throughout history has followed a complicated, windy path. Certain cultures simply like to end people's lives who did bad things rather than keep them in a cell. Others think medieval times seem to love dungeons and chambers where they did some pretty awful things. Let's take a look at the evolution of prisons throughout history and some of the worst ones that have ever been built. Mamertine Prison, 7th century BC. Let's kick it off with one of Rome's most notorious prisons, a place where St. Peter might have spent some time before he was executed, and just an all-around bad place to be. It's thought that Mamertine Prison was built sometime in the 7th century BC, but the exact dates are unknown. It was pretty much fully booked between the 1st century BC and the 1st century AD, a time of peak Roman chaos where all kinds of backstabbing things were going on as the Roman Republic was overthrown and became the Roman Empire. Prisoners in Mamertine during Roman times usually weren't held there too long. Extended incarceration really wasn't a thing back then. But most often, the prisoners held there were tortured, beaten by guards, and subjected to simulated drowning, starved, and then, in a lot of cases, eventually crucified. This is supposedly what happened to St. Peter, who was in prison there before his crucifixion. A lot of what we know about Peter's stay in Mamertine comes from the New Testament.
He was crucified upside down.
For his preaching and teachings, which were seen as a threat to the Roman Empire. While in prison, he supposedly performed miracles, like healing a guard's daughter, which led to the conversion of several of the guards and other prisoners. In the end, though, the miracles couldn't save him, and Peter was eventually sentenced to death by the Roman authorities. According to tradition, he was crucified upside down, because he believed that he wasn't worthy of being crucified like his hero, Jesus. And if he didn't go by way of crucifixion, there was a good chance you might have been thrown off a cliff in the grand finale of your stay in Mamertine. According to Roman legend, the rock was named after a young woman named Tarpeia, who betrayed the city of Rome in exchange for some golden bracelets. As punishment for her treachery, she was thrown off the cliff by the Roman soldiers, and they kept the tradition going. Loads of Roman politicians, generals, and nobles were tossed off the rock for various plots to overthrow people and other treacherous crimes over the years. The Palace of the Inquisition, 1732 to 1838. You know, when we think of the Spanish Inquisition, most of us probably think it only happened in Spain. But don't forget, Fernando, the Spanish loved colonizing back in the day, and they particularly loved South America and all of its gold and silver. So it is really no surprise that the Inquisition and all of its brutality leaked over to the New World. And one of the most infamous prisons wasn't a place you want to find yourself in. This New World Inquisition, officially known as the Inquisition in the Americas, was established in the early 16th century, soon after the Spanish and Portuguese arrived on the continent. Just like in Spain and Portugal, leaders wanted religious orthodoxy, but only orthodoxy that involved Catholicism. Indigenous populations were forced to convert or else face the mighty backhand slap of God. And that mighty backhand slap often meant a trip to the Palace of the Inquisition, the little shops of horrors that lay inside. The Palace of the Inquisition was in Cartagena, Colombia. Built in 1777, it became the uncomfortable last home for many people in the Americas accused of un-Catholic behaviors, like witchcraft and voodoo and anything else perceived as a threat to the Catholic faith. When you got to the palace, you were in for a heck of a time. Torture was a common method used by the Inquisition to extract confessions from those accused, and the Palace of the Inquisition was no exception. Here are some of the unsavory things that went on in the dark corners of the palace. First up, the rack. The rack was a torture device that involved stretching the body of the accused until their joints were dislocated or even torn from their sockets. It was an excruciatingly painful method of torture that was used to extract confessions or to punish those who refused to confess. Then there was the strappado. This one involved suspending the accused from a rope which was tied to their hands or wrists. The unfortunate heretic would then be lifted off the ground, causing their arms to be dislocated or broken. And years before Guantanamo ever existed, the palace used the now famous method of controlled drowning. The sensation of drowning was often used as a way to terrorize the accused into confessions. Confessions that were obviously forced and wouldn't, well, hold water today. Finally, there was the wheel. The wheel was a torture device that involved tying the accused to a large wheel and then breaking their bones with a heavy iron bar. The spokes of the wheel would act as props that made the breaking of bones particularly easy and horrible. This one was an extremely brutal way to go that was often used to execute those who were found guilty of heresy. The Barathron, ancient Greece. If getting pushed off a cliff isn't your thing, how about being trapped in a bottomless pit? The Romans and the ancient Greeks had some pretty horrible prisons in their time. One of the worst was called the Barathron. The Barathron was a notorious prison in ancient Athens that was located in a deep pit beneath the Areopagus, a hill near the Acropolis. It was used as early as the 5th century BCE, though it's not certain when it fell out of favor as a prison. The term Barathron literally means bottomless pit in Greek, although unlike your brunch mimosas, the prison wasn't actually bottomless. Did you know that the ancient Greeks invented the mimosa? No, you didn't. But if you've had enough mimosas at one time, you could probably believe anything. The Barathron was used to hold prisoners who had been sentenced to death or exile, and the conditions in the prison were pretty gross. Prisoners were often just thrown to the pit and left to die of hunger and thirst, but not before rotting in their own excrement. The use of the Barathron as a prison was controversial even in ancient times, and some Athenians believed that it was a cruel and inhumane form of punishment. In fact, some prisoners who were sentenced to death by the Athenian courts were given the option of drinking hemlock and going the way Socrates did, instead of being thrown into the hole. The Barathron was mentioned quite a few times by ancient historians over the years. Aristotle, for example, mentioned it in his work, Constitution of the Athenians, where he described the prison as a place where people convicted of crimes against the state were thrown into a deep pit and left to rot. The Roman historian Plutarch
Flush, I didn't see the fucking hearts. Probably time to go to sleep.
a place where the worst criminals were confined in a kind of subterranean pit.
which again, you don't get into why. Right. The cops just walk up and they're like, "Hey, Gotti, let's shut it down." And he's like, "No." He's like, "I got my lawyer on speed dial." And the cops are like, "Whatever, John." And they walk away and you're like, "What?" And then the scene must have cost $5 million. And they show the same firework 3 times. It's so bad. Oh my God. People ask why I sat so close. I want to explain that real quick. Yes, you were very close to the I sit down, and it's where you pick your seats. This black dude in a suit sits next to me, and another black guy in a suit with a bow tie sits next to me. And it felt like I was kidnapped by Nation of Islam. So I decided to move up 2 rows, and then the guy behind me fell asleep and was snoring right along. Oh my God. Another dude and his wife were sitting over here. This dude chucked popcorn at him. And the guy wakes up and he goes, "Hey man, what the fuck?" He goes, "Nick, you snoring." And he goes, "Bet." And me and the dude's wife made eye contact and laughed for 5 minutes. So I get up just like Siskel and Ebert. I remember Siskel telling the same story. Yeah, go see a movie in New York. It's great. It is. I get up to take a piss. I come back, and 2 people, I won't say what they were because I don't see color, had taken my seat. At the movie. So basically, I was moved to the second row of the theater where I could sit and watch the rest of God.
There's the East Queen right there, right afterwards.
Shockingly, probably a quarter full. Oh, quarter? Yeah, it was. There were actually people seeing this movie, waiting to see this movie. The beginning of it is John Travolta standing in front of, looking out at the harbor and everything, just like looking out at the river. And he's just like, "This is my city," just like the commercial. "This city that made me. I came out of the gutter and now I'm on top." There's you, Bolton, narrating. Let's see, I'm Gotti. You know, see how he. So little fucking Vito Corleone at Ellis Island. Just opens to tell you that, and then it shows clips of the real Gotti, and then you get into the movie. You can't do that. So uncomfortable. Not if Travolta's gonna be the Gotti. No, the whole movie. You remember how ridiculous he looks. Yeah, because it's juxtaposed the whole movie with real clips of Gotti. So then you see him in jail, and immediately, like, I actually went and watched Gotti jail clips to see if he used his hands as much as Travolta. Yeah. Not even close. No. Because, in jail, Frank Jr.'s visiting. He's just like, "They cut the fat out of my arm to make my chin. And now I do push-ups with one arm." It's so entertaining. I knew it would be. It's worth watching. Honestly, it's not a zero movie. It's fucking entertaining. It's just there's no story. And like even when his son gets hit by the car, like he does, and dies, which the movie is then dedicated at the end to Frank Gotti, which you're kind of like, I bet he shouldn't do that. Probably shouldn't do that. No, and it's dedicated to Frank Gotti at the end, but they only use it not to show that his wife is also a woman who's like, "Go kill this guy." Yeah. So he has this over-the-top crying scene to show that Gotti's human. Wait, so Travolta, Frank Jr.'s in bed, and all you hear is like, "Wah! Wah!" Do they show Travolta? And he's lying in a chair, crying, and he was probably could you sense that Travolta's like, "This is my Oscar, right here. Yes. I wish they could have given the Oscar." Was this like, we're gonna light it real subtly so he's just completely in the dark? Yeah. It was sort of a metaphor, but very heavy-handed. Did it look a lot like maybe like Don Corleone's Office, dark? A bit, but the Connolly guy who directed it does not have the cinematic scope. Oh God, it's terrible. But it's so entertaining. I'm telling you. And also, I went in thinking this is going to be the worst movie ever, so there was nowhere to go but up. Right. Let's get into Stacy Keach. All right, Stacy Keach is in it. Neil Della Croce. Now, as we all know, Neil Della Croce famous for his hair lip and for having for almost taking over for Paul Castellano for the Gambino. They have 30 conversations. This is the conversation. "Well, you should have been taken over for Paul. Not Paul. He ain't one of us in the street. You don't tell nobody that." That's the same thing over and over again. Over and over. Sammy the Booger is played by a guy who looks like Peter Pan. watching, like, where's his brain? Like, his head is, and he's not intimidating, he's not scary.
I think because this is such a pro-Gotti movie, and he's literally the one that put their father in prison.
Yes.
That they want to portray him as like a...
He made him a piece of shit. They did a nice job. Because he was a piece of shit. And that was a big part of it where, even in the beginning, you know, he says, like, I knew not to trust Sam with a bull because you don't trust the guy who ain't done time. And then the very end, like, on the stand, I'm like, here it comes. And he goes, I knew not to trust the guy who's done time. All right.
Today wants to get out. Tomorrow has to be out here.
My son, any of my kids, or you for that matter, talk to their cop or any cop with a
Just being nice with yours.
Don't make me repeat myself, Victoria. And you don't dress like a cop, you don't act like a cop, and you don't talk like a cop. You understand me?
Point breaks bail.
There he is, look at his face.
Your Honor, we have strong reason to believe that this defendant's life will be in serious jeopardy if he is granted bail.
And why would that be?
Because Wilfred Johnson has been a confidential informant for the FBI for the past 19 years.
Can I have a pace? Give me a pace.
You're fucking right.
Give me a pace and I will testify, which is what happened.
Oh, okay.
In real life.
Jamal is just doing this.
This is his face most of the movie, by the way.
Yeah, it did.
And when you look at Gotti, he came off like a fun guy.
Yeah.
And kind of what you liked about him was he seemed like an everyman.
Yeah, yeah.
He's
He's not that, and that's... They're like, John, the face isn't right. Think back at the first time you smelled a woman's vagina.
And he's just like...
It's like...
Stop throwing up, but like, take it back.
Now pull it back a little. That's great.
I know we're running out of time, but I really want to get into it. Another great Italian actor, Pruitt Taylor Finst, played Angelo Ruggiero, also plays mental patients and others with Down syndrome. This guy plays his best friend. He goes in and out of the voice. So sometimes like, that cop bomb was meant for you. And other times he's like, I thought I just did what was right.
You can't hold the tough guy Italian accent.
And he dies of cancer, obviously. And this was after he got put on the shelf. Because he did a hit that was not ordered. Not sanctioned.
Oh, shit.
They put him on the shelf, and he dies a year later, and he walks up to the grave, and he goes, he died a year later of cancer, and I go, end of, well, I think he died of a broken heart. And I think he died of a broken heart.
No!
It has every line.
Oh, that sounds terrible.
The thing I will say, I will give this movie some points, though. I'm going to say the soundtrack is interesting.
Okay, now, mob movies overall have always been known for a great soundtrack.
Especially Scorsese.
He knows exactly the song that fits the mood. Okay, so not bad?
It's not bad in the sense of when it's the 80s, like he's playing The Clash and The Cure and stuff that you don't necessarily hear. I was like, I'm interested to take it this route, you know. And of course he did House of the Rising Sun, because you can't have a fucking mob movie without that song. And also what I liked about it was it didn't glorify it at all. It made him look like a guy just in and out of jail, had kind of an okay house, founded a cat. Like he kind of just, it was one of the movies that just, it did not make you want to be a mobster.
Okay, every other movie pretty much is like, wow, it looks like a pretty cool lifestyle.
We all want to be mobsters, let's be honest. Every guy has that little bit of a fantasy of just being able to bash some dude's head in.
Oh, right.
You know,
they play in the soundtrack, I got chills and multiply you.
Because, yeah, he's
not losing control.
It's really a gay fuck scene with Sammy Bull. He's going down on Sammy Bull.
He's sucking Sammy Bull's cock.
And the whole time
he goes, it's grease lightning.
Oh, fuck.
And yeah, that was the end.
And he sucks Sammy Bull's cock.
The guy who plays Frank Jr. is really good.
Yeah.
It's an interesting, but again, it's every story you've heard about Gotti, where there's no explaining what part of the story, they just skim over everything.
It's like
My
vignettes put together.
God,
So
what?
vignettes.